Test, test on the audio. Okay, looks like we're live and things are going as they are supposed to. Alright. Get rid of that background layer. We'll bring in a new fill. See, I wish I didn't do that. But what can you do? Alright, where are we headed tonight? I'm not entirely sure. I wanted to do maybe some sketches. And then we can jump in with some sci-fi type stuff if we're feeling it. If we're feeling it. I'm going to move this whole sketch up a little bit here. So I'm trying to remember, there was this character that I was playing with a while ago. That was when my son was really little. He would talk about Monster and Duck. They were like buddies, roommates. He just kind of made up these characters. And the way he described Monster was this lanky, tall kind of character. But he always, every time there was a story, you know, about what Monster did, it would be like Monster would just kind of be disaffected by things. He just didn't care that much, you know. It's like the wheels fell off of Monster's van and he just stood there watching as the wheels rolled away. That sort of thing. I thought, you know what? I like that. So let's see, I think we'll make his hands darker, maybe. Hands and feet. I think I did have a version of him where his feet were like he's a black and white kind of character, you know. So his whole head was dark, and then his teeth would really kind of pop out. Something like that. Let's see. We can do a light layer later, but for now, we'll just play with this. There's a monster. Whoops. I guess we can throw the light layer on there. See, how do we want to shape this mouth? I think I gave him kind of these white eyes. I can't remember. It's been too long. Add a little shadow in there. Kind of like this idea that he's just like super hairy and all the kind of features get lost, right? So I want this, I want the kind of major forms to be pushed a little bit, and I think we can play with that, you know, push these out even further, you know, big honking feet. Even these arms here. And in here in the neck, I don't really like this so much. So I'm gonna go ahead and, I guess we'll just mask this out, but kind of want this to like come to this really kind of lanky skinny neck there. Though I don't want to lose the gesture. Here, let's see. yeah, I do like how simplified that gesture is. I just think it needs to be maybe tighter. So let's go up. Something like that. We'll apply that. Just gonna have him here, just lumbering along. I don't like those being at the same height because this leg's coming up. That one's farther down. Actually, let's kind of curve this around the form here. That might help us out a little bit there. Let's see. So in this one, I'm kind of looking over. You know, he's like walking this way and then turning to look that way, which is, I don't know, that might be a mistake. Just in terms of how many curves are going on there. And then I'm just cleaning up some of these top planes because they are, you know, if the hair was kind of falling, that side would be kind of crisp, and then the bottom side would have all the, you know, hair dangling down. And that actually is kind of an interesting theory that I saw an artist talking about at one point that I thought was interesting, to have these shapes that are clean and smooth on one side and then rough and broken on the other, on the opposite side of the silhouette. And it's kind of an interesting technique for adding some interest. Let's see. Push these a little further, a little darker. I mean, we're kind of playing with form here, but, you know, so actually just pushing the lights and darks is not our top priority. That leg is too far forward. It's like it doesn't actually come up to his glute there. Okay, whatever. Let's shrink these guys down. Start sketching some other stuff. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit so we can work a little larger and have the full screen real estate. Okay, so let's see, there's monster. And then there's duck, which I was kind of doing something like this. But I know this resembles somebody else's duck character. I'm not quite able to place it. Okay, so you got monster and duck. They live in a ramshackled greenhouse. Not a greenhouse, but a house that is green. We'll get to color later. I feel like these windows are going to be like more like a castle, because that's what I'm used to as far as architectural stuff. Seem to be doing medieval type castle type things. Don't like that. Let's have the chimney just dead center. could be a feature of the house. You know, I've seen houses where it's like, so maybe this comes out here, and then you've got a chimney on the end. There's a shed over here, little. It's raised up on poles. Little chicken coop. Because their buddy Rooster lives there. Rooster's one of their friends who is not quite socially adjusted. You know, thinks pretty highly of himself. Can't figure out why nothing ever seems to go his way. But he's not a particularly helpful guy. But he's part of the fam, you know. I gotta keep him around. I got a little beat up fence right here. We keep out the possums and stuff, you know. Alright, let's see. We'll do... I'm kind of used to doing like this Tudor style. Yeah. I'm tempted to just go with like, you know, wooden slats. Or, you know, vinyl siding or something like that, but it's like, it just feels like it would be so common. And the other thing too is the, you know, the idea being that these guys live in this old place, you know, so we might have to beat this up a little bit more. Let's see, well, with this, just cast a shadow. Might catch just the very edge of that. Something tells me my calculations are off here. So if this is going this way, casting a shadow there, that's going this way, up, and yeah, it would go out like that. I think. My brain right now, goodness. Get some reference, Eric. So I used to live in a house that had this kind of Tudor style, these wooden slats that covered up the panel lines. Though I'm pretty sure our version of it was kind of faux, wasn't really by faux I don't mean like actually designed. I mean like probably kind of an afterthought of like, how do we get this to look like anything decent at all, So I think they just decided to throw some slats up, Okay, I am spending too much time with this, so let's figure out. We want like more features here. This whole bit there. You gotta have the old TV antenna up there. The chicken pen, it's got to be all like, packed away to nothing. Just a couple little clobs of dirt there, maybe up against the fence here. mailbox thingy. I want to put it right here. Do another window. And one of the things I want to play with here, I mean, we'll get to it. We'll get to it when we get to it. But one of the things I want to do is have the you know, the windows, have them go kind of back and forth as far as light and dark. You know, so we might have these, have a couple panes, you know, that are reflecting some light. So they're not all perfectly lined up, you know. And then like back here, you know, maybe we get a light on upstairs. Something like that, you know. I'll just simplify that just into one thing. And maybe it's a different style window than the rest of them. Nah, why do that? Kind of want it to feel ramshackled, but like, this makes it feel older, you know, so they're not like updated windows. Yeah, we'll leave that. Or will we? I don't know. Yeah, it's a little better. Let's do our clouds in white. That would make sense, wouldn't it? I guess they could be all stormy. You know. But that's not really the vibe I got. Hmm. Let's see, I want this to kind of build up behind the house there. Now that makes that window almost look like it's, part of that background. Okay. I have one of those kind of needless, what do you call those? The windows that kind of come out in like a hexagon type shape. So they extrude from the house. Okay. Let's do new layer. We'll do multiply. I mean, really, at some point, I think I need to just look at this with kind of a brutal approach and move everything around, erase, just kind of reconfigure the whole setup here. But for now, I kind of want to get these different features blocked in as graphic shapes. That's too much there. Giving that way too much priority. I mean, I do want that to be dark, but it's not the kind of main thing that we're looking at here. But I guess we can come back and adjust that. Maybe we'll do another door. Cast the shadow right there. Gotta get that perspective sorted out there. At least a little bit. I'm never too worried about that perspective. I mean, it might be obvious. Like, man, you don't care enough about that. But I always kind of feel like you play with the ideas and then you can sort that out. Sort out the technical stuff once the ideas really feel right, Let's see. Darken up these shadows on the roof here. I want this, I want the local value of the roof to be low compared to the side of the house. So we're kind of looking at this right down the center. Can push this a little bit more, make this look more ramshackle, strangely shaped. let's add a shadow in here. So I'm kind of pushing that roof out to come out farther, and then have these little, whatever you want to call them here, columns. You can call them columns, because that's what they are. There, they don't need to be white though. In fact, we'll go with maybe we'll echo that roof color again. Maybe we'll bring just a little bit of light in that corner, like have this roof shadow. Just catch that. I don't know. It's kind of needless, but it's just to kind of show the edge of that form. It's really starting to remind me, I mean, it's much more grandiose, but remind me of of our first house that we lived in. Just these kind of weird features that were like almost cool, like the Tudor style, whatever you call that, the siding, right? And the these posts outside, you know, but then you get up close and everything. I mean, as is the case with any house, you know, just the upkeep of all that. You know, there's carpenter bees chewing all through all this, and you know, then you find out how the last person put it together, and it doesn't make any sense. You know. So maybe I'm giving myself memories, just kind of playing with this. We had a little chimney up top that was falling apart, you know, fun stuff like that. Let's see. Grab that value. It doesn't really have to be a 1-to-1. You know, we can play with these things. We've got some leeway to push the value just to make it work, right? We're not married to this chimney has to be this value or this color, etc., etc. Now, excuse me. I do think that we would benefit from designing that in, so this, for example, got this brighter color in here for the kind of core base value of the house, and then a little darker up top for the roof, so you're differentiating those shapes just in their local value. Remember we had squirrels up in the roof of that house? And actually squirrels were just a whole problem up the whole street. So like, remember looking at my neighbors, it was like where they had this joint, where these like two parts would meet here. Just a big hole, and you'd see a couple squirrels up there just loading it up with squirrel groceries. Maybe kind of fun to do a little counter change there. It's like bright down here, and then it's dark up top, Add in the shadow. Let's see here. So one of the nice things with, this is really simple, but to have a couple of base values, you can show your shadows pretty easily by having like this area right here. Let me zoom in. This is elementary stuff, but if it interests anyone, you've got this dark value, which represents the underside of this roof, which is a local value, which is very similar. If I take this local value and then I go right side by side with the shadow value of this light part, the local value is basically the same. And we could adjust that, but what that does is it basically gives us three tones. One is the local value of the roof, and it also acts as the shadow value of the side of the house. And then you've got the bright color for the side of the house, which is also very close to the background. And then you have your darkest color, which is the shadow color of the local roof color. So basically whenever you carry something through, like this line right here, so if this, even though this value is like the same as that value, right? We carry this through that shape, then it reads as a shadow, right? This is a shadow on a darker local value. We just got to carry it through onto the other planes as well. And you can also, show a little depth that way. Like that's a, let's see. Go just a little bit beyond, so this shadow terminates here and then it picks up again here, then we're showing that this is farther out. It's extended from the rest of it. Extended from the wall, I should say. Sorry if I'm not being particularly clear there. All right, let me zoom out here. All right. Now, I had said earlier that we should probably come to this and address it with a little more brutal of an approach, you know. And just move things around, see what happens. I think I might be about to that point. I might want to do that. If I can conjure up the bravery. Might need a little pep talk. All right, let's see. I'm going to clean this one up, clean up this edge here, and then we'll be ready. That's what we keep telling ourselves. All right, let's zoom out. Okay. Take a sip of tea. This is important. And finish off the last bite of maple popcorn. Which is every bit as amazing as it sounds. The benefits of living in the North Country. The maple tree. Okay. I'm tempted to block in our characters here with just light or dark before I get chopping. But I think what I'll do is I'll just lasso them out and then we'll get aggressive with the rest of it. Be aggressive. Okay, so just do Control Shift C, Control V, and then we'll do the same thing here with duck. Come on, duck. Alright, so now we've got those two guys. Do a new layer. And I guess I'll just use the smudge brush to sample all layers. And this is just a nice... I always say this. This is a nice, quick way to work. But really, I could be color picking and trying to match all these areas. But with this hard edge on this brush, you can just kind of grab material from somewhere else and just get right in there. You know, if you got a line like that, you can drag it. You know, as long as you, I don't know, it's versatile. You know, it's got that nice quality of being able to kind of blend things together, but then it's also got the quality of just, I just want to stamp something, you know, move it, and then if you can handle it, it's a little bit more tricky, but the ability to grab an edge and then, you know, draw a line out of that is also pretty nice. Alright, I think we're actually, I don't know what I'm doing here with this. This is probably, even though it's up on stilts, that should be like below the horizon there, I think. I don't know, Eric, you're not making any sense. Let's get some light on that edge. So we can use this to drag our features around, again, without color picking or anything like that. We could also liquefy on these, but this will also do. I might use liquefy on this portion right here just to get it, you know, kind of homogenized. The this version of the smudge brush, which you know, you grab and kind of pull things around and stamp it. This is much more, to use that term again, it's pretty brutal. It's a hammer, right? And if you need to finesse something with any kind of sharpness to it, this is not your tool. I mean, you can kind of work an edge, you know, you might have to get in there, zoom in and, you know, really be careful with your work, but now it's really generally just to kind of move things around, rough it up a little bit, add some chaos. Oh yeah, we never put that shadow. So we got that chimney up on that side and do a little shadow in that corner. You see, this is why we're here. Is it though? Because I think I said we were going to do something else, and this wasn't it. All right, so we've gotten rid of our characters in the background, or in the foreground rather. We've blocked in this missing areas of the background. Started to rough this up a little bit, but we're really not being that aggressive. I'm not sure, you know, I'm just going to be frank. I actually don't feel like being that aggressive. I just kind of know that I should. You know, more aggressive than I'm being right now. And that would be to start just chopping things up, moving them around, liquefying, all that kind of stuff. And so maybe that is precisely what we have to be doing. You know, I'm getting a little stuck on trying to get these trying to get all these little features that I kind of had in mind. But again, I don't want to get all bogged down with that stuff. Okay. All right, so let's do a new layer, and we'll use the lasso tool and grab some of these features, and do Control Shift C, Control V. We're just going to start cutting them out. Well, I guess we'll keep that like that. And we got this guy here. Just grab some of those. We won't grab them all. We'll just something like that. And then this chimney. And this chimney, I guess. Why not while we're at it? Guess we'll keep that portion of the roof there. And I don't want that to be tangent. We'll grab this portion up here. Guess this side of the house here. Now, one thing I do want to address is unifying the back plane of the house, just because I kind of threw that in later, and so I didn't really make this one kind of homogeneous thing here. So let's see. I guess we can keep all that background stuff. It's not gonna hurt, is it? Famous last words. And this, yeah. Oh, cut that out there. Bring out the step. What are we missing? This little piece back there. I am just going to do one sweep there and gonna get that. And we'll move that out there. We're gonna have to homogenize those later. As we do. Okay. All right, so we've made a huge mess here. Let's grab all these layers. We know our characters are up here. There's duck. Here's monster. And now find our background layer. So let's see. This should be 7 and up. Nope. It's gonna be, there we go, from 8 up are all the ones we chopped out. Okay. Now real quick, we'll do one new layer. In fact, let's go, we'll just grab it all. And so here's our original work group. We'll hide that. Here's a new flattened layer. Hit K for the smudge brush, and we're just gonna paint in sky. Excuse me. This is my happy place, painting skies. Easy peasy. Just kind of smudge it all together. Just kind of going for flow, right? Gotta be careful not to get too painterly with these. I want to make sure that I'm maintaining a more cartoony style. But we'll have a little tree line back here and stuff. It's going to be great. Got ourselves a tree here. That's the neighbor's tree on the other side of the fence. Okay. I have this strange feeling I'm going to regret this. I'm going to look back and go, ooh, yeah. About all that. Getting rid of the background and everything. Obviously, we can go back whenever we feel like it, but I'm just saying that tends to happen where you're like, what could possibly go wrong? Well, let's see if we don't discover that. Okay. These clouds, I like them. I want them to be more soft and puffy. I'm kind of going for like two kinds of clouds. And this one is too much in my wheelhouse of painterly abstract clouds. So I want to make these more cartoon-like dollops of whipped cream. That's okay. It's Christmas. We can do this. Almost Christmas. Almost. It counts. It's the week of. We can dream of whipped cream dollops. This is a recurring theme, isn't it? I did this before. And clouds into whipped cream. Let's make these shapes. A little bit lit. I mean, I like the cartooniness, but I don't want them to be exactly copies of each other, you know, for scale and everything, right? I want to differentiate them in size. Keep it interesting. That'd probably be a lot easier if I just made my brush smaller. You know? Okay. Again, I'm telling you, this smudge brush, you can just give it a little wiggle, and it all blends together. Too much. You've gone too far. Okay, so now we got our house. And seeing it with somewhat fresh eyes, we do first have to kind of rearrange things. So this has got to go in the back. This guy, that's got to go up front. What do we got here? That's the barn. That can just kind of go behind everything, I guess. Front door, you gotta be top of the food chain there, buddy. Barn. Okay, yep, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, so we do need that. And that one. Okay. So this one should be right behind. What was it? No, that one. That should be right behind the front door. That's the front step. Alright, so this guy's got to go above the roof. There we go. Oh boy, we made a real mess. All right, so now we can just start playing with these things. So with the move tool selected, we do control click to get the layer that we want. And then we can do our smudge brush, turn off sample all layers. So that way I can just kind of extend that back beyond everything behind it. We do that a few places here. Okay. What's going on here? I see. Okay, so that's got to get erased there, and then smudge this down. Okay. We don't want that. That's just not working. Okay. So now do Control T. We can do warp. This gives us a little bit more. I mean, we can use the liquefy tool, but this just gives us a little more control over the individual parts, because we can see everything kind of happening together. Let's see, let's start with, okay, first we need to fill in a lot of information there. Okay. So I like this kind of zigzag idea. I think we could play with that. I gotta address the layer behind it though. That's our chimney, and then what's this guy? Okay. I think this could actually kind of support that zigzag thing if this is coming in. So with here, you know, we get that shadow coming up, and then it pulls you in this way. I wonder if we could probably make this taller. If it's up there, I mean, design-wise, I kind of like that, but I don't know. There's like, I'm torn because there's all these little things that I think would be fun to do by having it here. I'm gonna go there. All right. So again, reinforcing that zigzag. So. That kind of makes it a little more homogeneous. You know, this is all kind of flowing up. I don't want too many of these. You know, if I brought it over here, right? So then you kind of get this. Think of it like a cantilever, which it could work. You know, it's like everything's kind of going this way, that way, this way, that way, right? That could work, but I also kind of like it. You know, pulling everything up. So these forms are kind of coming down. This is pulling up, and then you get that zigzag with the shadows. Might be trying to do too much at once, you know, but I don't know. When I do this, though, it kind of breaks that edge. I do like that. You know, breaking that edge here, and then I can then, you know, put the roof in here. So like this, you know, so now that's you know, it all comes forward more. I think this would have to be pushed back there. That could work. I mean, I guess if I want to come back to that, it's only transform away. I don't know. There's pros and cons there. I think it could be smaller. I think I might go with this. I did like what it was doing there, and it kind of going back and forth, but decisions. All right, now this guy. Do we want this to? Let's go to warp. I kind of want this to feel like it's this. You know, it's just a little step up to their house, but I almost want it to feel larger than life. You know, this is Monster and Duck's house anyway. You would think Monster and Duck would have a giant, imposing front step. Alright, what do we have next? Let's go make sure we're on the right layer here. Let's go back to this layer right here. And I want to I'm going to put a little roof on here. Do or do not. There is no try. Maybe we'll get rid of that window. Just make it like a stain or something. I did kind of like the window, though. Not gonna lie. Yeah, maybe we'll put that window back in. Maybe we'll do a little round window. I don't know. Too much variation here. See, I don't know if I want these to like bend like that, or be, you know, kind of in line with the edges, right? So have them kind of radiate out from this down here, up, and they kind of follow that curvature of the silhouette of this portion of the house. You know, that almost looks to me like suspenders, and I kind of like that. They live in a greenhouse with suspenders. Seems totally reasonable. Let's brighten up this corner a little bit here. Let's see. Does this need to be... pushed out like that? This down here is all very stable. Much too stable for these characters. I don't think it's actually that much of a difference. So I'm gonna, I think it's better, but if we jump back, see it's subtle, but it is doing something. Hmm. Let's see. This layer, let's clean that roof up a little bit there. So this kind of comes up through here. Get that edge. And then I think we just actually need to delete this in here. Then let's go to our chimney. We could keep this all dark. I'm kind of stepping back and squinting and kind of seeing, okay, how does that change its contrast, like how it draws the eye over there, you know, especially with the clouds behind it. So if we like bring it up so it's white, similar to the other chimney, that contrast can be a little rough there. I mean harsh, like it'll draw you in, so you can soften that up, and then if it's got the cloud behind it, then it all kind of fades back. And I think I prefer that. Let's see. Let's go to that roof layer and get this all lined up again here, so that it's so that the shadow lines up correctly. Is that okay? That's not a pinned layer. That might be just a skosh too harsh of a sharp edge there. So knock that back. Okay, now this guy, this is a problem. You're being a problem, window. We gotta talk about this. You know, one of the tricky things with houses is that they always seem to take on a face. You know, you put two windows up there and it's like those are eyes. You just can't, there doesn't seem to be any way around it. One moment. Excuse me. My apologies. I had to do it. Yeah, okay, that's too much contrast there. I'm trying to knock this thing back. This window. Just by giving it a little less contrast with its surroundings. Better or worse? Okay, I guess these windows look pretty janky back there. I mean, you know, I don't have to get too crazy with it because it's a background, right? We spent all this time just playing with this background. But we should also consider that we're going to put characters in here. Huh. Never really thought about that. Guess we can visit the barn, decide what we want to do here. I actually kind of think I want the barn kind of tucked behind a little bit, you know, so that it looks like it's, I don't know, I want to be careful, okay, because if we group these, then the two shall be one. So separating them, you know, design-wise might be the right thing to do. But I don't know, I do like the overlap. I think even just having the shadow pushed back there a little bit, I don't know. Yeah, having it separate feels almost a little bit too, I don't know, here's what we'll do. Again, trade-offs, always trade-offs. We'll do a little associated shape here. Do some kind of shed type thing. In fact, let's flip this. There's a hole in our building. Okay, so now those can be I don't even know. It's cleaner that way. This, I don't like the angle of that. And maybe if we just push it a little bit farther back, value-wise, then it's clearly much more background. All right, let's waste time on the most ridiculous of things. we're going to have light bouncing off the side of this building and onto here. Why? Because I feel like it. Maybe I'm practicing avoidance, maybe. We don't need to talk about that. Put in some, well, for these windows, I'm thinking they're less like windows and more like just little, like breathing holes or something, Seems like a terribly dingy place to be inside this. I don't know. Dingy? That might not be the right word. Hot? Stifling? Stifling. An unpleasant existence, we'll say. It's not so great being a chicken. That's the moral of the story. This one's going to be casting a shadow here. Oh. Okay. Okay, I just did weird things with that shape there. Let's see, I'm gonna get some. How much time can one person waste on the shed next to the building? Alright, now we got monster duck. Alright, fellas. So this is the new digs. Careful, duck. Don't get too close to the road. Okay. So, I'm going to do a multiply layer here. Do the same thing for duck. Multiply. Alright, what are we gonna do with you, monster? That is messing with me now, that little hole in the house. We don't have to fix it, but, you know. Let's find it funny. Okay, new layer. Guess we'll just paint right on there. There's eyeballs up here. I still haven't entirely figured out this character, you know? I guess we can zoom in on that. What's it gonna hurt? That makes him look mean. Not this monster. This monster's a nice guy. He only seems a little crazy because he's a monster. This side looks like a frown. Like he's two-faced. Don't be two-faced, monster. Get that catch light in there. Then he's a nice guy. Creeping me out a little bit here, monster. Let's get some. So mask that off right there. Just continue that pattern right on down. I suppose he needs a shadow. Let's see, the rest of everything's kind of going that way. That is the most lackluster shadow I have ever seen anyone make. We'll take it. No, we won't. First of all, these controls are bothering me. There we go, blaming the controls. What am I doing? Oh my goodness. It's not that complicated. Man's lost his mind. Alright, now duck. I like how duck is kind of framed. Let's see. So in part I want to group them so that they're like one object. But I also like, so you get these lines drawing you into the house, and he's looking at the house. And I kind of like the idea of, keeping this loop here as well. Okay. That shadow driving me nuts. Simplify it. Okay. I was just checking out the chat here. Eric, awesome painting of the house. Also, I'm going to text you on Discord later on. Yeah, sounds great. We'll catch up and we'll figure out a good time to catch up on your work. Probably, sometime shortly after the holidays, But, yeah, hit me up. We'll figure something out. There's a couple of things in the chat that I have no idea what they mean, so so I'm not going to repeat them. I think this guy needs a little, tailed, like a simplified little feathery thing. So this I want to be like kind of turning the form, so that would be like a soft transition. But then I want this hard shadow for the for this like little feather form there. If that makes any sense. I guess we don't have to completely follow this. Should duck have like a comb over? That'd be fun. And he has no eyes. It's tough being a duck. Okay. Should he have wing details? Yeah, I guess may as well do something. Now, his leg here, I like the idea of, I know it's so simple, elementary, but I like the idea of it being in shadow, in part, and then it just peeks out here, and you get this. That edge of his foot. Should this be a little darker though? Like that. Do the same thing on his beak, just for kicks, because we can. Because we can. Duck, he seems the type. The sunglasses type, you know what I mean? Like the not just sunglasses, shades, you know what I mean? But he's looking over his shoulder this way. So we gotta go like this. Too cool for school. Alright. Let's back out. Let's see what we got here. Monster is creeping me out a little bit. I know that's kind of his job, being a monster and everything. But that was never his intended character. He was always supposed to be like simplified. I'll have to find the old sketches of him because, in fact, I do think I had his eyes kind of flattened. Not like, when I had it like this, that made him look kind of like Randall. In Monsters, Inc. He was like a creepy monster. Bad guy. But I also want him to kind of look like he's just hardly got his... He's hardly awake, Let's do like a rim light on here. Let me zoom in. I actually kind of like that. Like a little rim light right there. Hmm. And again, I do like that little shadow shape for the, maybe not quite that extreme, but like these little hairs here. That cast the shadow over the form, right on the edge. Okay. It is almost midnight, so the question is, do we start to paint this thing or not? I suppose some things we can correct, right? If you see something that you feel like could be better, you can just dive in and try it. Let's see. These shapes are off here. I actually like, the kind of whimsicalness of that tree there. However, I do feel that it's a little bit too contrasty. Darks just go too dark. And that cloud behind it. Okay, I think we need to start to address this to get it to all kind of lead into this up here, right? that to be so straight there. I'll tie it into this other one here. Hmm. Maybe lighten some of this up. Oh, that's actually on the house layer. So on this layer, you know, what I'm looking at is I want this to appear as though, you know, the house is casting this shadow, and then there are objects, you know, back there in the lawn that would be illuminated by, or have a shadow cast on them. A shadow cast on them. And the rest of this is just background. I suppose we could do the fence here like we have on the other side. Maybe do it like here. And then have that also be you know, something that has a shadow cast on it. Should this be taller though? I don't want a tangent with that tree necessarily. Quick block in a neighbor's house here. Maybe they had a grill outside. I guess I actually had kind of imagined them being a little closer to their neighbors, you know, so like the house would be, you know, right up on them up here, you know. Actually, you know, to that point. But that's a totally different feel. You know, this is more like wide open spaces kind of feel, I think. I'm blocking that sidewalk. Do we even like this layer? I think all of this over here could be moved up. Nope, that's got that layer on it. So we'll put that behind. You know, the thing here, though, is I really don't want to have to figure out architecture for another building. You know, even if it is background. That's probably sufficient. And then this one here. Just kind of darken some of this up. I think we'll leave this one like that. Clean up that background just a little bit. I mean, we want it to be obscure, you know, like not particularly clean edges and everything. We want all that kind of to blend together. Low contrast. But we also kind of want to make sure we maintain this style. All right, on the barn here. Coming back to the chat. What's your thoughts on artists' moods or blue period stuff? Is it just bad Hollywood dialogue or legitimate discussion in the community? Have any of that yourself? Excuse me. That's a good question. I don't really know. I mean, I think that what you're saying as far as... well, I should first say, I do think that moods and stuff are, like, totally legitimate. Like, there are times where you just don't feel like doing it, you know? I mean, it's amazing because you get this awesome opportunity to paint what you want, you know, make images and enjoy it, you know. And oddly enough, there is some weird anxiety around, like, I think performance is probably what it comes down to a lot. Is just feeling like I've got to make something cool, or I'm wasting my time, you know. And so then you just procrastinate. And so procrastination, I think, is at the root of it. But it deals, I think, with other things. Like, there's a reason you don't feel like doing it. There's got to be, right? So that is true. I don't think that's just Hollywood bogusness, though. There is also that to consider, that, like, there is this, like, stereotypical artist, you know, the tortured genius who is lazy, unreliable, you know, but has this, you know, thinks they've got something that they need to share and stuff. And so there's I would say there's, like, kind of different angles on that. The first is that, like, some artists are just really different. You know, I think there is I think stereotypes can be accurate to a degree. You know, I'm not saying that that's completely false. Like, the things that I think would line up are that line up between artists, like one artist to another, is that you're kind of searching for something. You're trying to create something. Like, if it's already been done before, then that's kind of a different ball of wax. But if you're just trying to bring forth something from nothing, then in that regard, a lot of artists are in the same boat. You know, whether you're a musician or a painter or a chef, you know, like, you're bringing something into the world. You're, like, searching for something. It's like, you know it's not quite right. You got to keep working at it until you find it. And that can be exhausting. The blue period, the blue phase, Yeah, I mean, that is, kind of a reference to, unless I'm missing something else, that I don't really understand. That's a reference to Picasso and his blue phase or whatever. I don't know. It's late. I could be like totally missing that one. Like, I'm pretty sure it's Picasso. But yeah, his blue phase stuff. That, to me, you got to take that with a grain of salt. Um, Picasso wasn't exactly, I'm not going to rip on him because he obviously was far more successful than I've ever been. But it wasn't really like, he was necessarily pioneering that stuff. Like, he's credited for a style and he's known for a style, but like, there were other people doing it. He was just better at marketing it and making connections, and he had that personality that I think was a little more forceful. So you got to take it with a grain of salt. When he's going through a phase like that or whatever. It's like, he wasn't exactly like a normal dude. I don't know. That's I'm gonna get myself in trouble saying something about that. Something to that effect. But no, I think there is. I think there's legitimate moods that you go through. I think that there are some times where you really just don't feel like creating, or you really like want to create. It's just not there for some reason. And I've definitely felt that. Like, even just recently, I've been kind of going through this, like, feeling like I should make stuff, being ambitious and having like a lot of ideas. And I actually went through my calendar. One second here. Went through my calendar a little while back, and started trying to schedule out my week in terms of the things that I would want to get done. It seems obvious, but I mean, instead of like a day to day, like get up at whatever and do this, like just to say, okay, in the span of a week, I know I want to learn some more 3D stuff. I want to do more plein air painting. Just all the kind of that wish list of like, I never seem to have time for this, so like, let's see if I can block in a time for it. And just going through the list of these are all the things that I care about and want to do, and I'm going to put them in the list, put them in the calendar, and let's get them done. I just had that like crystal clear aha moment once I saw it all there, that there just isn't enough time in the week to do all the things that I want to do. And so my expectations are unrealistic, basically. And I think that's not uncommon for artists. You see someone's work that you admire and you want to do that kind of thing. Like, that's for me, it was like Jurassic Park, Star Wars, all these different films and stuff that the artwork was so beautiful and inspiring, and creative on top of that. It was like, it was well done and novel and interesting. So you look at the work that other people have done, and that's the stuff that's inspired you, and you want to make stuff like that. And that's the goal. It's like you're kind of comparing yourself to everyone else all at once. Like you're comparing yourself to the whole pool of people, many of whom have spent their entire lives doing this, you know, or didn't quite come to their, you know, their recognized work until later in their lives. And so that's really easy to forget. Like it's easy to forget. You know, like I saw a photo the other day or whatever. And I could be wrong on the ages and all that sort of thing. Excuse me. But it was Steven Spielberg, and I guess he's, how old is he now? Is he like, I don't want to misspeak, but I want to say he's like in his 70s. How old is Steven Spielberg? Google. '75. And, you know, you think to do the work that he did and be recognized for his work. You know, I don't know him. I don't know his bio. You know, so like I'm, you know, I don't follow his work other than the fact that it's hugely popular and it's all the big stuff, right? But I don't think he was. I don't think he came out the gate as like super awesome. You know, I mean, I'm sure he's talented and was talented when he was younger, but like it took time to develop all that skill and all the kind of technical know-how and resources and theory and everything to do the kind of work that he did. Maybe I picked a bad example. Maybe he was awesome out the gate, you know. But like I said, I don't really follow. I don't really follow people too closely to know every detail about them. But I'm saying, as far as the mood that artists get into, I think it has to do with that. I think it has to do with seeing awesome stuff and thinking, man, I want to be doing that, or like doing your work and then wanting to be recognized for it, or whatever. You get all that frustration. I mean, I that latter one is probably not, for me. I don't think that's as legitimate, you know. But I think it's more the desire to get up and create is linked to your value, like how you value what it is that you're doing. Okay. I feel like I've kind of like circled around what I'm trying to say, but not really gotten there. I'm sorry. So yes, it's real, but also it's something that I think kind of need to learn to get over. You know, like there's a good book called The War of Art by Stephen Pressfield, and that's a lot of what it's about. You know, it's like it's about getting over. It's about well, let me just say right out the gate that it's a lot more kind of in your face, tongue in cheek. Maybe tongue in cheek's not the right term, but it's like it's not like a hold your hand and let's go on this artist journey together. It's like it's funny, it's witty, it's a kick in the pants. You know, it's good. It's good. A good perspective, I think. But that's what he's talking about. It's like showing up and doing the reps, doing the work, being prepared so that when you are inspired and you have an idea, then you're equipped. You've got the tools to work, rather than, you know, staring at the wall waiting for the inspiration. You know, you show up and you do the work, and the inspiration comes eventually. Excuse me. But I think that's kind of directly what he's addressing, is that propensity because it really is, and he talks about it even for his own career, this propensity to sit and wait, to be frustrated, that sort of thing, and yeah, I think I would agree with his sentiment of showing up, getting to work, and then the good stuff kind of eventually comes. Though, and I'm monologuing here, which is obvious. That's what I do. But I definitely have been feeling this lately. Like, I know I want to create, and there are times where it's like I am really feeling like, oh, this makes sense. This is what I want to do. It's all so clear. Where things need to go, and what the steps are to take the to make progress on my projects and stuff. And then I just don't feel like doing it. And it's so hard to describe. It's like, it's almost like now that I've identified what it is that I want to do, that I need to do, that I feel that it is the crystal clear path forward. That's when the lack of motivation kicks in. Like, it almost doesn't make sense. But again, I should probably revisit that book, because I think he talks about that. It's like, I think it's something like, if I never start, then I can never fail, right? It's like this flawed logic of, I don't want to commit. Like, your mind doesn't want to let you commit, because if you do, then you're defining where the goalposts are, and then you'll realize how far you really are. It's like it's a self-revelation or something of it makes you too vulnerable to say, I'm going to make this thing and it's going to be great. It's worth everyone's time to to come out and see it. Then you actually have to commit. You have to deliver on that. My neighbor is an artist himself, and we were talking not too long ago, and I'm gonna borrow this line from him that I think is really insightful. He talks about creating, and his angle was more on the kind of timidity, because you have students, younger people who are getting into art that just don't have the confidence or whatever, right? And anyway, his point was that who really dares to say they're an artist? Like, who dares to say, I have something to offer the world? It's not. I think the way he worded it is like, it's not humility that makes you look at your work and devalue it. It's the kind of that pride and boldness of like, I know what I want. Like, I can see it in my head, or at least believe that I'm capable of delivering this thing that is worth sharing with people. It's worth people's time to stop and look at my offering, right? And that is really a kind of a bold statement, that an artist really has to recognize that. Yeah, that's really what I'm saying. When I make work and share it, you believe that you're making something of value and you're bringing something into the world that wasn't there before, that is worth people's time, right? Okay, so I don't want to beat that all to death, but like all of that can be kind of daunting, kind of scary, and you're not always conscious of those feelings. You just deal with it, right? And the phase of I'm doing this just for fun because I love to do it, like we all kind of want to stay there and wish we could stay there, but the point that you start to take yourself seriously as an artist and put yourself out there to other people as like, this is what I do, and look at my work, it's good, right? Like those kind of statements. That's when you start to have to deal with some of those feelings, I guess. Some of that. I don't know. So I think blue period or moods, I think it's all part of that. If that makes any sense. That was a really long monologue. You sly dog. You got me monologuing. To be fair, the discussion is more interesting to me than the answer. Good to get the thoughts of those in the business. I'd have to say this though, as my caveat, is there's a blessing and a curse to taking things seriously. Okay. Why isn't it okay to just play guitar and not have to compete with that 8-year-old prodigy on the internet that you just saw, that was never a part of your life, but you saw the clip on YouTube and now you're like, well, I'll never be that good, so I guess I'm not going to play. I really think we've professionalized a lot of things and completely robbed them of their joy. Robbed ourselves of the joy of experiencing those things. That, like, music, I think, is a great one. It's like we've professionalized music to the point where, like, if you're not, like, the very best, it's hard to stay motivated to, like, I just play because I like to play, and it's, like, disheartening when you see, you can get info online, YouTube or whatever, and you can learn a lot pretty quickly that way, but you can also feel just completely overshadowed and like, well, I'll never be that good, and I think we do the same thing with visual arts, and I'm not saying, that, you watch Star Wars or you watch, what did I say before, Jurassic Park, or I gotta come up with some more current references, but you see work being done and it's inspiring, but then you hear how aggressively artists can pursue the career, pursue the success, and then it like robs it of all of its joy. It's like you've got to sacrifice everything to make this happen, and it's like it's kind of like a yes and no. Like to me, it's more like if you can arrive at the confidence to just make what you want to make, to put that offering forward, that you feel like this is the thing that I like and I made and I care about and I put my effort into it, then like I just don't see why we have to put anything more on the line than that. I do understand, when it comes to commercial work and economics and all that kind of stuff, that's a little different because you're not making it solely just because it's enriching. I mean, you're making it solely because it's enriching, but you're not personally enriching. It's like we think this idea will sell, so here we go. But that's a whole other, I guess, conversation about artistry and marketability and all that kind of stuff. That I just had one of these conversations the other day, and I feel guilty about it because I'm like, why did I even go down that road? It's just make stuff. If you like making stuff, just make stuff. You don't have to get caught up into like, well, who's this for? What's the market? How much are they willing to pay? And it's like that just just kind of kills it. Okay. Got me monologuing again. I think the beauty of it, though, is that you can get into this as deep as you want to go. I mean, especially these days. You could take an online course and just have so many of the concepts delivered and by so many different instructors too, that like, if that one's not your style, you should try something else, So I mean, it really is a great time to be alive with all the opportunities to do art in different mediums, different really interesting tools, and have access to different instructors and stuff. Like, it's great. All right, let's see. Yeah, it's funny talking about the artist funk. It's like right when I start to feel like, you know what, I think I got it figured out. Like I'm okay with, I'm over this hump, and I'm making work, and I feel really good about it. And then it just hits again. Like. I wonder how much of it is just simply burnout, like you bite off too much at once, and, yeah, kind of like you strike while the iron is hot, and so you're making work quickly, you're pulling late nights and stuff, and then your body needs a break, and Yeah, I guess that's that. Right. Kind of want stuff like in the lawn. Does it need a fire hydrant or something? Made a Kennedy valve. Appreciate the questions, by the way. It's always nice to chat and also be saying something hopefully useful and relevant to what you need. I mean, the alternative is I could just monologue random nonsense, you know. Oh, I'm on the mask. I was wondering why that wasn't working. Yeah, it doesn't help. I'm trying to see if there's a place I can put it where it will, you know, help as a compositional element, but I really am not seeing it be too useful. Here, let's blast that. Light on it. And it I'm just gonna hold on to this thought just for a second, you know. I'm not quite ready to throw this one in. forgot our dirt patch outside the chicken pen. Coop. Looking at the chat, going big picture with that is that the cost of the Industrial Revolution specified the standardized careers removes the craftsmanship and art from many in what they do. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I think there's a resurgence of that, where people want. Well, I think people want stuff cheap because we're used to it, but we also want real things, real human connection. I think this is getting kind of maybe existential or spiritual or whatever to say that we're floundering in that, like we're looking for the answers in all the wrong places, But I think it's clear that we still have a need and recognize the need for real, genuine interaction. I think it's kind of funny. Well, okay, I was about to go down a random thought, but it's not art related at all. So I'll get back to the chat and see what's being said here. Maybe road or sidewalk textures. Yeah. How's the tanks projects coming along? I've seen the video talking about the 3D prints, but any new updates? Yeah. So there are a handful new prints, or a handful new models that are about ready to be printed. We have there's 4 models up on the site that are available now. There are at least two more prototypes that are, functional. They're, we've been playing around with them, painting them and stuff, that we haven't shown. And then there's a couple on the Instagram that we've shown the model design work for. And I've been meaning to do the behind the scenes. I've got some video of like how we made that one. I just haven't had time to edit it and put it out there. Yeah, what else? There's a few other parts of what we're doing that we're not really ready to publish yet or talk about yet. But yeah, there's been some other developments there. But yeah, the main thing is like, I think getting back to more of the illustration, painting the tanks, doing new funny sketches and stuff, and then stream. Man, sorry, I'm getting struggling here. One moment. And then streamlining the process to go from 2D to 3D. I think we've gotten it down pretty well. Some of that stuff we might end up outsourcing, the like the 3D printing. Right now we're doing it all, but I kind of see I see our role in that being primarily prototyping. So we get the model together, we print it, see how it feels, and how you respond to it in the round and to scale. So like, it's one thing to see an illustration. It's another thing to get the 3D model and kind of figure out all the hidden parts and all, the different angles and stuff. But then to see it on the screen, it can be a little deceptive. That's great for like video games and stuff, but then once you actually print out the part and it's this tiny little, 2-inch or 3 or 4 centimeter tall model, you interact with it in a totally different way. You see it top down, you see it from different angles. That on the computer you can kind of cheat a little bit. You might be able to get a little closer, get a little lower, so that it looks more like it's this big. You just get different angles on it, and so seeing it in person is really important. So anyway, our printing process, I see it more for that kind of purpose, like really quickly get the idea into a physical format that's in your hand, on your desk, and you experience it, jot down your notes, make changes, print it again, and then there's also just kind of working out all the technical stuff, how to get it printed without any print failures, without any warpage or anything on the model. They're all printed hollow as well, so that's just a part of the printing process. You could print them solid, but it actually has little to do with saving resin, and more to do with the printing process. Like, there's peel forces on the printer. Like, it has to peel off of, each layer has to peel off of a kind of like a Teflon sheet, and so the less surface area that you put on each layer, the more reliable the print is. So anyway, there's the reasons why you would have it hollow, but then that also means that you have the potential for uncured resin inside, and so you've got to address that. And so anyway, that's another thing where if you print, there's a reason why I'm saying this. It turns out, if you can get to the prototyping stage quickly, print out a prototype, test out all that technical stuff so that it's vented correctly. It's there's no issues with it being hollowed out. It doesn't pool up resin on the inside. All that stuff is it's good to get that figured out. Saves a lot of work downstream. So anyway, that's kind of where I see our printing capabilities being. you could spend a lifetime just doing that. Just getting, well, maybe not a lifetime, but you can spend a lot of focus, a lot of energy and attention just getting the printing process down, all the little nuances of it. So I'd kind of rather spend the time designing and moving the product forward rather than necessarily printing off copies of the same models. But anyway, yeah, sorry to, that's dangerous territory. You ask me how Fantastic Tanks is going, I'll get talking. There's a lot to talk about. But yeah, it's going well. A little bit slow on the process, on progress. I talked about that feeling of wanting to get things done and make progress on all of your different goals, and that's definitely one of them. Fantastic Tanks is one that occupies a lot of time and attention to keep it moving forward. That being said, well, I should probably I guess I have to say it now that I started. There's a convention coming up in New York that excuse me, we're planning to bring Fantastic Tanks out to. It's a toy photography convention, which is kind of a new thing, and so I'm really excited about that. And so that's another development. We'll be prepping a display for that. We've already done shows, but it's been a long time since we've done one because of the the pandemic. So shows have slowed down, and we haven't done one in a while. So we'll be getting back into the swing of that. And so anyway, that's really exciting to be doing that again. That'll be in the summer, so that's still a ways off, but they just announced it this past week, and it'll be cool. I don't know, I'm struggling with this. It's like I had it for a second there. Don't know what I did. Gotta get like a bounce light down on the bottom side there. Excuse me. Goodness, it's gonna make for like the worst audio. This guy just needs a tissue. He needs to blow his nose. This is what we came for. To see Eric slowly render a fire hydrant. Surely this isn't all. You know what? Let's just grass in there. It's funny because I'm doing this and I don't even know if I want this here. Okay, so you're saying sidewalk textures, grass textures, that sort of thing. Yes. Yes, yes. Let's do, I'm going to do a new fill layer, solid color. We're going to take the fill down to 0. We're going to invert that mask. We're going to paint in the area that we want to have texture. It'll be right here. So actually we'll bring the fill back up so you can see what's going on here. And we'll be wrapping this up pretty soon, I think. Do we want maybe some on here on these rocks? Well, I guess we'll get around to that. So anyway, what we'll do is we're going to take the fill, get rid of that. We're going to go to FX, pattern overlay. I got some patterns here for concrete and that sort of thing. Let's see, that's wood. I can just set it to normal so you can just see what's going on. Let me zoom in. So lower the scale or increase it, whatever we need. Okay. So then we change the blend mode. If you do overlay, it's still pretty strong, you know. But I typically will do like darker color or multiply might be too strong here. You want to push it just the perception of texture. Well, maybe we'll just do luminosity then. You know, something like that. And then we might bring this in on here as well, right? That little curb. And on the sidewalk. I think we'll have to use the layer to actually increase the value. Actually, I don't really care for it on the sidewalk here. It's just too many these vertical lines that break up the actual flow that we're going for here. I don't think there's a way to rotate the texture. I know we can just manually move it, but so let's go light, and then we'll increase that. And we'll set that to like maybe screen. I actually don't like that. I don't like that at all, turns out. I'm just gonna erase a bunch of this. And I think we'll just lower the opacity. So it's in there, but it's just not super strong. Okay, we need to paint in some grasses in here. Kind of want to have like a lawnmower out there, you know, but like clearly they've just given up. Not gonna bother mowing. Just left it in the yard. They both strike me as those kind of guys, you know, like, you know, no offense to anyone out there if that's you, if you know, start mowing your lawn and then finish it like two, 3 weeks later. I'm just saying. These two guys right here. Monster and Duck. They strike me as the type to, you know, get around to it when they get around to it. Start the job and finish it later. Alright, so then over here I wanted to have like these just flat grass patches, or flat patches of dirt where there's no grass, all around the chicken coop. With just like one little tuft here and there. see about matching that. Shadow angle here. I don't know if the whole door should be darker. Yeah, I think I like that. Little Timon and Pumbaa. Hakuna Matata. Yeah. Let's see. I think maybe this could be brightened up in here. Add some space. Oops. Let's do the lawnmower. The placement of that, I'm going to be careful that it's not too uniform. You can end up placing all these things really too evenly spaced. Oops. Sorry, it's dark and I cannot see my hotkeys. Maybe a garden hose rolled up over here. Alright, let's see. I think the important part is showing that the grass is just growing up all around and through it. Okay, let's see. Looking at the chat, great painting and concept, Eric. Will you be coloring this one? Thought it looks very good in black and white. I actually agree. I kind of just like it in black and white. I kind of like the feeling that, they took this like sepia tone photo when they moved into their apartment, or bought the house or whatever, it's just, I don't know, it's got the right feel to me. Let's soften these up a little bit there. And then I think we need to go above this layer to start cleaning up, you know, what that, the artifacts of that texture layer. Okay. I think for this grass I need to approach it in a much simpler way. I'm getting really, too fussy with that. Okay. Let's see. How about the top of this thing? I guess it has, there's like a ring, a larger ring on top, right? And then, again, I should just pull reference. Kind of don't feel like it. All right, bring in that sepia tone. Looking at the chat, so it's got me thinking of Leave It to Beaver and E.T. and lived in Mayberry. Let's see here. Yeah, somewhere in there. I think if I were to color this, doing this just solely, let's just to tease this out, okay? Let me get a brush. I'll just take this brush and, no, not this brush. This one has too much texture. I need maybe this brush. And we'll just turn off the transfer. And maybe we'll do size will be pen pressure. There we go. So this should be good for just kind of inking, metaphorically speaking. Metaphor? No. I don't know what I'm saying. It's late. Color. We're adding color. Now, since I'm just doing a basic color here, there's a good way to do this where we could just do this as a mask and then have a fill color, and then we can change that color later. We'll just start it this way because we're already started, and then if we decide to continue, we can do that other technique. This will have to be like one of those, it's a sepia tone image, and then it changes to like the bright cartoony colors, and then the birds are chirping, and they're all, alive and moving around, animated, all that kind of goodness. It's just got that feel to it, Okay, well, let's do that technique just while we're here. Okay, so I'm going to control click this. We'll do a new fill, solid fill. Excuse me. Suppose we could do multiply. Then you save some of that information back there. I actually think if we just do normal, and then we go to FX and we do a gradient overlay, and we just do. You can actually stack these up. You can add more of them. So like this one, we could just do like overlay. And then you got the sun on that side, blending to this other side here. Like that. Okay. Could lower the amount. Then we can just click again. So we do normal. This one up. We'll go straight up and down 90 degrees. And then we'll change this to that right there. And then we'll change this color to like a muted kind of gray horizon. Let's see. Whatever, that'll work. So then we can adjust that. You can adjust the scale of it, move it up and down. So you can give yourself a little bit more freedom to adjust the sky. So we'll copy that. We'll get rid of that gradient. Actually, you know what? I'll keep those on there, and we'll just hide them for now. And then now we're gonna delete this mask, and then let's go with like a green for our grass layer here. We'll do multiply. I might change that to color burn or something, but come in and do all of our grass here. And since we're just doing this, you know, I'm claiming that we're just playing around, that we're not actually seriously going to do this whole thing, though. The more the farther I go, the harder it's going to be to stop, right? I think we need to get rid of that right there. There we go. Alright, let's do the foreground. And of course, the problem with multiply or overlay or anything like that is on things like the fire hydrant there, you know, we'll have some overlap if we're not careful. Okay. Okay, so what if we do burn, linear burn? I like a linear burn, that's pretty cool. The color burn's good, but it might be more advantageous to go somewhere this direction, a little more saturated and a little darker. Like that, maybe. Of course, we said he lives in a greenhouse, right? Here's our overlay effects, right? So we can play with these again. So we can move this, move the direction of that. Now, one thing we will be able to do later on, hopefully, is use the masks that we've already made to make an inverse mask. So, let's see. So their house is green. I kind of want to do. It's tricky business. Let's delete that mask. I'll hide that. Just do normal. We could do. I was thinking about doing the windows yellow, but you know, it could just be blue. Let's just do this. We'll go multiply, and we'll get this looking like a greenhouse with chip paint and everything. It's got to have some trim color though, right? I guess we have that black in there, but I do think a white trim would look nice. Okay. So then we can just adjust that color as we see fit. If we want it to be more blue-green, yellow-green, right? I kind of liked what we had with that drab, but you know, I do think a blue-green would help pop off the grass a little bit. Okay, one thing I'm going to do here, I'm going to take this sky, I'm going to duplicate it. We'll take this mask and go to nothing on that, and then we're going to do all these windows with that. And you can see it's changing. That's because of the overlay effect on it. Okay, so we're going to diminish this, the effect of this one. And then we're going to change the blend mode. Here for the layer itself. So dark in, that's kind of cool. I mean, it loses the purity of the color, but what we're looking for is something that kind of feels like it's reflecting light from the environment. So I think we're probably going to end up with like color burn, and then we'll lower the effect. Okay, then we're going to do the roof. This is where things get complicated. Let's see, roof color. Maybe a blue-gray? A blue-gray or like a brown. Just straight up brown. Looks like our TV antenna disappeared. We'll do the barn the same roof. These people are previous owners were thrifty. Monster and Duck are unlikely to be replacing any roofs themselves. I guess trees. May as well, we're here. It really has lost the effect, though, of being having those kind of forms, soft forms there. Okay. Sorry for torturing everyone with that, but just doing a little thinking. Do we want to do the fire hydrant the same? Or do we want that to be like a yellow fire hydrant or something? Let's just do this first so that we've got them separated. We can make our decisions later as to what colors they ought to be. Shoo-wee, fella. So you can do color as the layer. I don't typically do that, the blend mode. There's problems with it. Now what I do when I take this method, probably not gonna like, because it would mean killing the stream, but I would block in something like this with a vivid light, and then come back with the blend if options, and start to eliminate it in the brightest of brights and in the darks typically. I mean, we could try taking it out of the dark area here, just manually rather than doing the blend if. And as far as taking it out of the lightest lights, usually means you have to, bring things up a little bit in value, but it's just to get that color shift, the hue shift as it goes from light to dark. I mean, the vivid light will help with that. Let's see what we get if we just adjust it just a little bit. We might get, something like that might be more interesting. Then you can see those white areas. It just gets just white hot, so we gotta push all that stuff back. Still, it'll work. It'll work for us. change this one. Yeah, that might have to work for us. All right, let's see. Barn, I guess. Next. Whoa. Yeah, that might work. Man, that does a lot. It changes a lot. Sends it straight down to black. So what I'm going to do here, I'm just going to control click the green layer and remove that because we've already painted that. And then if we want to bring this in, just to overlap just a little bit, you get that slightly darkened edge, the shadow edge. I think maybe we'll do. Yeah, it's just too strong of an effect on that. Let's reintroduce these gradients because I think that'll help us out. So, and this normal one here, let's set this to like multiply maybe. No, let's see. Overlay, and then we just need to change the color to something that's actually a color. I actually like what it does right in that in the middle area. Maybe we can tighten it up here. I mean, there's ways you could set this up where, you know, it has a relationship to the color that you're choosing. I mean, the way I have it set up now, it's always going to be kind of tan at the bottom there, but it does not need to be the case. All right. Excuse me. I think this barn needs to be addressed. I don't know. It was working before. Now we broke it. Let's see. So, linear burn versus color burn. Just looking at the chat. The two-tone house looks good. Makes me think of a chameleon for some reason, and is the little alien guy like a chameleon too? Yeah, that would be kind of cool if he changes color. I was thinking he would be just like this kind of dark, like bluish black color, but I hadn't really thought that far, honestly. I mean, honestly, there's so much that could change with this. Make it fun, you know. See, this barn, I'm even thinking, what if we bring that color up into these chimneys here? I wanted it on these posts here, but it was getting pretty heavy. You know, it just sends the dark to black in some areas, and I really don't like that. Let's see. That's kind of cool. I might just go ahead and be terrible and just do it on all the trees and on the what do you call those things? The fences and all that stuff too. It wouldn't be. It's not the smartest thing as far as being able to change all these factors individually, but this is starting to go slowly enough that I'm ready to make some sacrifices. Do I want to do this? If I'm going to do this on the fence, I'm just going to duplicate it so that it's we can control it separately. Yeah, and that totally makes sense now that I'm doing it, because that fence turns white, and that means we need to use a different blend mode. Okay, we're going to control click that and control backspace to clear that from our fence. Okay, and then I think, excuse me, we go to maybe, linear burn. Then we'll have to change some colors. I'm going to get that lined up with this other one behind it. So what if we just do multiply? Alright, neighbor's gotta have a house too, right? Or rather, their house has to have some color. That's what I meant. I'm tempted to just have this be just one solid color, and then have a gradient on it or something. So maybe the neighbor's houses. Do we want it blue so that it blends in? Do we want to go with the red? Have it Blend in with that barn. Something like that. And this is the only time so far that I'm considered blending these. And so this blends into that fence there. Maybe we'll do it here too. Just for consistency's sake. Of course, the other side's in shadow. Man, what's terrible is that I really don't feel like finishing this. We got this far, but man, it just ready to just see it. Something like that. Almost there. Let's see, maybe we'll do darker color for this because I'm just trying to fill in that white. With just a little bit of something. So you get that white there. Just going back to the chat here. I guess you decided to color it. Still looks good, of course. It's been a lot of work for one night. Hope you can get some rest and have a happy Christmas and New Year. Enjoy being able to tune in for a while. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's 2 in the morning. I think I should just be done with this. I mean, it's so close. But there's just something about, I don't know. I guess I'm still going, but I should sleep. That is true. So whatever I do with this, I think I'm going to kind of step it back a little bit so that it is subtle. Because I want him to be like, I don't know, I thought of this character as having like a black fur, but that has this kind of oily sheen to it. That gives it just a little bit of blue. So this is probably a bit much. So I'm going to actually do what I did with all the other ones. Turn that gradient off. Turn this to... Oh, that's kind of cool. Oh, that is way too dark. Yeah, something kind of like that is what I was thinking. I wonder if it's got a little bit of purples in there. How that would go. And then duck. What are you gonna be, duck? Got any ideas yet? It's gonna be green? Brown? What do you think? Let's see, let's do darker color. Put it down below. And we just kind of feather it in. All right. Let's see if we can push a little bit more out of this. I do think the gray kind of allows the other colors to be more prominent. Oh, somewhere in there. All right, then that's the patch of dirt. And whether we want that to be like that lime green. I'm okay with it being a little understated here. Somewhere between the two, maybe. Alright, we'll get the... Where's the barn? Right there. Alright, this one I think we're having the most the most trouble with. So I think I just need to do what I did with the one prior. So we'll go duplicate it, we'll go to darker color, then we'll just, that white there, we'll just give that the slightest tone. We're going to decrease the fill so that it still is using the information from before, and then come back in with this. Go to linear. Yep. Alright, and then let's play with this fill a little bit here. I don't really like what that's doing. Let's see now. This could get a little more saturated. And this one could probably be a little darker. Multiply, or do we want to change that? let's grab all these and group them as our color layer. Oh, the last. Yeah, I guess the color balance can stay there. Let's do another color balance on top. We could do curves first, I guess. Do a color balance. We need to move this over so we can see what we're doing here. That might be a little too rich on the magenta. It says it's 8:23 a.m. in Algeria. You changed the streaming time. It used to be 3 a.m. Well, I think we might have started around that time. So, goodness. I like the sepia tone one. And the colors they're working on me. They're working on me. There's just a couple things here that I'm not quite sure of, like that might be a little better there. Maybe, I don't know. I'm gonna throw some birds in here or something. Chirping. I actually think, leaving that kind of gray. It might. Simplify it a little more. Let's see. No, I think I do like the saturation. Greens. Cyan, blue cyans. Which one's the problem for that poor lawnmower? Reds. Of course. Could just make it a green lawnmower. Or a yellow lawnmower. Alright, I think this is probably about the time I would call it. Just gonna look at the chat real quick. Try to change the color of the grass. There isn't enough contrast between the house and the grass. Yeah. Let's see, which one is the grass here? So we can lower this one, lower that fill. And then That's kind of fun. And it's like really changes the mood of where they are. You know, it's like more dead grass. And we can bring it up just a little bit. I like that though. The barn. See, how much is this really helping? Sorry, bumped into the microphone. Whoa. You know what this needs? This just needs a little bit of chipping on the edges. Okay. Well, that didn't take long at all. The only thing we haven't touched is the sidewalk and this piece here. Kind of okay with that. Alright. This guy. Let's try. Well, we'll go with that. Whatever. Okay. Let's step here. Someday, we'll finish this up. Whatever that means. I do think like rim lighting and stuff would be cool. Oh man, that's a mess right there. Anyway, yeah, some rim lighting would be cool. I think bringing this guy's value up, that's probably just a matter of when the stream is not running, I can just do blend if so that we don't get as much of that effect in the shadows. But I'd say that's a decent place to stop. We'll stop there. All right. Thank you. I should check up on the chat here. Bingo. Maybe a little bit more saturation to the house. We should be doing NFTs. Art should live forever. Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know about NFTs. I think NFTs are interesting. may answer the provenance problem. I think we've talked about that before a little bit, but I don't know. Jury's still out. I'll probably show up to that party too late. Alright, so actually I'm just looking at these adjustment layers that we had on top here. So that just kind of turns everything yellow. I don't know that color balance is really helping. I mean, it gives a different feel, but it does kind of push that house back to be less prominent. And this is really about them, standing in front of their house. That's the idea, right? Maybe we do this. Maybe we go... Oh no, I'm about to do blend if, and it's gonna crash on the stream, so I shouldn't do that. All right, I'm gonna call it here. I think this is good. I'm happy with where this went. These little guys, I've been playing with these for a while, and I haven't really done anything digital. Well, I did like one digital piece with them years and years and years ago, but mainly I've just been kind of sketching these little thumbnail doodles. There's still a lot to work out, but excuse me. But it's all based on when my son was really little. He would just tell these stories, total random stories, about like monster and duck that live in a blue house or greenhouse. And he drives a blue van and the wheels fall off, and it just had all these little like adventures and stuff. So I thought it'd be kind of cool to like make that a thing, But so this has been fun to play with this. So all right, I think that'll do it for tonight. I have one other thing that I just feel compelled to do for whatever reason. No idea why, but I just kind of want to have these chimneys like smoked out at the top. Something like that. That still might be a bit much. Maybe we'll... Yeah, there we go. Okay. All right. We're going to call it there. All right. Thank you, everyone. It's a wonderful chat tonight. And everyone have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And... enjoy it. Stay safe. And thanks for joining in. Have a good night.